Okay, I think we are all set to start. Yeah. So we have quite interesting things to do today. And poof, I'm here. So yeah, with the white light, it's going to be an interesting ghost me appearing. So I've been thinking about the balance of the game because that's what will be the next task for a little while. Balancing the first features and unlocking things through the progression. So yeah, so I created this little table to actually be able to visualize the estimated output for the excavator based on various settings. So we have the two settings tables at the top, and then we have the results. So it may be a little bit complicated to understand since most of the columns are cropped. But basically I'm looking at the yield in idolians and crystal dust that the excavator can have. So here we have kind of a estimated amount of crystals created, and we can see how long it would take to get those results. So based on the crystal excavated, we can get idolians or crystal dust estimations. So I'm just trying to see here, we have 1,000 actions, which translate to almost half an hour. And yeah, we have an average of 4K crystal dust, which is like more than an hour of automation. So in the chat we have Philip saying, "Thank you, your videos have helped me make sense of some of Godot's unique features, make me a better programmer." Keep it up. Well, thank you for the feedback, I really appreciate that. And I'm glad that it helps and that you can make good things with that, maybe great things. So if you want to share a little bit about what you are working on or your game, your project, whatever, you can feel free to do that. Or if you have questions. So I'm actually guessing that, yeah, we're a little bit more than an hour here. Maybe just two. So we are reaching an hour of active excavating if we click 2,000 times. Or put differently, we can click only 2,000 times in 1 hour if we do click like crazy. So this is the production of just the first feature. And that is if we have 20% crystals, which at the moment we have 33% crystals. Yeah, it's very different. Because we have like 5Ks and only 3K if we do reduce that. So maybe we can try to set the crystal probability to 20% on this. So let's see. So we have the excavator, and yes, it's 33. So technically, I guess that 20% is 19, because that includes 0. But here we have equal as well. So maybe if we don't get that equal. But it could be a little bit long to get the first crystal in that situation. Wow, okay. Maybe not. But we need 2 anyways. Because here we need to sell 2 crystals. And we actually have... Oh, well, the crystal dust is not balanced. Crystal dust is not balanced yet. So we have quite a lot. So yeah, that's something we can do as well. Balance the crystal dust here. So create crystal dust. I think I have between 2 and 3. Yeah. So we're gonna do that at the moment. Okay. So at some point I will have to create a table to visualize how much does the drill produce. So maybe we can start doing that a little bit. So how would it look like? The drill has a lot of properties actually. It has the cycles to produce. It has the production rate, it has the fuel consumption. So here we have crystal per action, opus production. We have to be very clear about what is a cycle, what is a production. So anyway, crystal per production. And then we have crystal dust as well. So we have minimum crystal dust. Well, I'm gonna say dust now. Minimum dust, maximum dust, and average. So we do need time. Do we need that? I don't know. The cycles is 3.0, fuel is 1.0, and crystals, I believe it's gonna be 33% first. As for the dust, it's going to be between 0 and maybe 2, so that we have an average of this min-max. Let's go. Whoopsie, what's that? So technically, the automated drill is supposed to create more crystals than the excavator, but right now it doesn't really do that. Because if we go with that actions, or actually productions, oh, that's wrong here. Seconds. Of productions, maybe a little bit lower. We have seconds, minutes. Okay, and here we're gonna have crystals. Let's see when we have 10 cycles. So the time required is gonna be, let's see, 23. Nope. Why that? Oh. Missing operator. Yep. And as for the crystals, it's the number of actions multiplied by E23. So that's 3 crystals in half a minute. That we do have a little bit more. What if we have 25? I'm trying to reach, well, we have 1.5, 1.4. So it's less crystal at the moment. It's less crystals and less dust. And I don't think it can sustain itself. We could have like the fuel cost maybe. Can I add? Yes, I guess I, oh no, I can't. That's annoying. I'm gonna cut that. So this one's gonna be fuel cost. So that it is equal to the number of actions multiplied by C23, which is the number of cycles required, and then the fuel cost. So here it is D23. So it's basically at the moment it's pretty much actions multiplied by 3. So it's equivalent to second. 1 second equal 1 fuel. So we can have minimum dust, maximum dust, and average dust here. Now I have to precise that it is from the crystal. So for this one, we have the crystal multiplied by the minimum dust from the crystal, I believe. Right. Okay. So we're gonna do the same for our maximum dust and the average dust. Well, we could do that. So technically, with the current settings, the generator, the drill can't sustain itself. It will help, but it will not sustain. Well, actually there's more. There's the dust from the production. So here we have min dust from production. It's the same max dust. And the average. So let's see what we have here. We have the actions multiplied by the minimum. Let's go. Yep, that's 0. Correct. Then the actions multiplied by the maximum. Oh, interesting. Actually, I don't like that. This is... I want it to be crystals multiplied by the average here. Okay. Maybe I should use a better color code for this. Actually, I want to just grab my... Yeah, we seem to be correct here. So yeah, back to this. A better color code for when we have dust coming from crystal and dust coming from Can I actually change the color of the columns? Nope. Maybe there's a way, I'm just not aware of that. Anyway, that's dust from crystal anyway, I guess, yes. So we're gonna have, purple for crystals. Oh, that's a little bit obnoxious. And for the action, it's going to be orange. So here we have crystal, purplish, and action orange. Okay. So now we can make it total. So here we have minimum plus minimum, then maximum, and average. So actually it does sustain itself. That's interesting. It should sustain itself. Except that if you do choose to sell crystal instead of grinding them for crystal dust, then it doesn't. It probably doesn't. Well, yes, it obviously doesn't, because we only get those 30 average. So I think it is possible to implement those values. So at the moment, we actually don't have anything to set up the dust produced by a crystal. So it is something we can add in the game. So we probably want to go in our crystal resource file. Okay. So we have the value, the tier. Okay. So we probably want minimum dust and maximum dust. So that when we create a crystal, we can define its grinding result when it is created. Well, not really, because we just set the minimum and maximum. So we set the value, alright. But then we want to... We could use actually a vector for that. Like dust vector 2i. Something like this. So that they do have a value which is fixed, so that you do know how much it's worth, but you don't know how many dust you would get if you grind it. That would be it. So here crystal dot dust would be equal to a vector 2i 59. Okay, so that we never know. So what we can do from there is update the tooltip actually. Yeah. So here we have the value of the crystal. And I guess that would you want to add a label that will add the dust, right? So here we just duplicate this guy. And we say that crystal dust is equal to value. Okay, let's try this. So here we have two values to display. We have the minimum and maximum. So we have the resource dot dust dot x, and I think we do have to put that in an array of values. Would look like this. Okay, we can try that. So we probably don't want to load, as it would be kind of broken. So yeah, the value is 6, but then the crystal dust is between 5 and 9. So we're technically good for this part. We actually didn't set the values, red, green and blue at the moment. So maybe we could do that, so just to give the crystals a little bit of color, just so that it's less bland, I guess. So I'm gonna try to add value based on the input of someone from a previous stream. By the way, I forgot to link the stream. Just gonna do that very quickly. Okay, we're good. And Godot coffee, where is it? It's right there. Actually, maybe copy the stream Twitch link as well, which I actually don't have. Huh. I guess I have to do that. Get Rust by my own sound here. Interesting. Guess it doesn't work as I want it to work. A little bit weird. So anyway, let's ignore that at the moment. And create the crystals. So here they have a value. So I don't really know what will happen. We'll see what the previous code does. It seems to, yes, it does add color. So we'll just change the way it adds colors. Inventory slot. Texture here. It's interesting that the texture is set right there. But anyway. So we probably have 127 plus the resource red value. And we do the same. Each. Color. So here we have green. And then we have blue. Okay, we can try that. So that's red and blue. Yeah, that looks fine. Actually, nice. Good color. We will wait for a little bit more. Yes, this one's orange, cool. That gives us a slight understanding of what they do. That's cool. And this one's more blue. Cool, cool, cool. And we don't have a yellow yet. Can we create crystals? Well, not really. Oh, they are... No, they are not. They are not tier 1 crystal. But anyway. So this part is working fine. I think we're done with the excavator at the moment. So I'm gonna remove the equip button, or just hide it actually. And now we can go to the next task, actually. Which is probably rebalance the excavator, the drill. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab that, try to task things a little bit, see what we have. So that's done for a while now. Yeah, that's for design crystal tiers. That's in progress. That's pretty much related now. We don't want that anymore. But what we do here is to update the drill to match new balance. And what I would like to do and reach is to create upgrades for excavator and drill. Like mini shop, basically. This will be doing updated drill. Okay, so I will leave it just like this, and I'll be right back in a very few seconds. Oh, I was actually muted. That's kind of sad. Well, at least there's the visual. I'll probably note the time. Well, technically I can easily put a chapter on that. So yeah, still grinding and selling here. Do we actually really want to show the value? Because this feature could be a little bit harder to implement. So anyway, first we can create the, I want to say the entry points in the inventory. We will have sell all. Okay, so if the crystals, that's right. Oh no, we use game data now. Okay. So if gameref data crystals inventory size is inferior to 0, we have failed. Okay. We're gonna have the final OK. So I guess that what we want to do is just go through all the crystals, use their sell method, and then wipe it out. For each crystal in the inventory, we want to use sell. And then we just want to clear the array. The gameref data. So the hard part here is going to be managing the interface behind that. We have a chatter who says, hey, good evening. Well, good evening to you. I don't know if you're from here or just randomly passing by. And technically, we could create a special signal for this, where the inventory is cleared, which is a specific behavior. And we found the channel yesterday. Oh, so were you like that person who arrived at the very last moment when I was closing the stream? That's a very short memory, if it is the situation. Inventory cleared. Not sure, I jumped in yesterday at the very end, yes. But I can't remember if I was something. Yeah, someone jumped in at the very end while I was wrapping it up and asked about when I would be streaming, stuff like that. Technically, I can write the second method right away, since it's pretty much the same. I don't know why I want to make this failed at the beginning, but... Well, technically I could grab the reference if I use it 3 times like this. Come on. I don't know if we actually save calculation when you do that, or if it's just for scripting. I should do something. So inventory cleared is emitted again. Okay, so we should be good in there. Now we just need to fix the inventory to actually watch for crystal inventory being cleared. So Chatter asks, by the way, do you plan your project and create some sort of system design before you're jumping into coding? It depends. Here I'm not, really. Well, I am, but probably not as you would think. I'm really much going the what I call gardening, which is from the distinction between gardeners and architects in terms of writing a book, actually. And all the pre-thinking I do actually comes from me thinking about a project when I'm going through my day. And I have it in my head, but I actually don't write things. At the moment I'm writing notes or documentation or anything. I'm considering that this is what I call architecture. And I'm not doing that for this project. I've done a kind of balance visualizing table, if we could say, just to see what is the amount of time you would have to pass before you expect having this amount of resource, or what is the amount of resource you would get from having the automated driller work for this amount of time, this kind of things. But otherwise I haven't taken any notes. I actually prefer, in general, to go through the project and have the task come to me as I need those, then think about which one I want to do and which one I don't want to do. So, yeah. It's probably one of the very rare time I really do an entire project without taking any notes on the side, beside just listing my task, like I'm doing right here. Like, when I have tasks that I want to do in the very close future, I note them here, and then, yeah. I kind of want this to be the tasks for today's specifically. Okay, so here we have the inventory cleared, which will call for special, well, just clear inventory container actually. Yeah. Clear inventory container. So we want to be watching that. Well, you're welcome. I don't know how this can be very useful, but thing is that I've had people coming in asking, how do I do architecture? While I was going through a project full gardening, so that was a little bit weird, but... I've tried making a series and a project with architecture, and the problem is that when I do that, I completely lose track from the reality of coding the thing. So I do plan features and a lot of things, and then when I go from writing my notes to code it, it's like I have to again think about how would I do that by gardening. So recreate all the tasks from zero and start from zero as if nothing existed, but I have the end goal. But the problem is that with the architecture way, where I do write the end goal is too rigid. So that when something's going wrong or when I want to do something differently, it's kind of messing with my brain, I don't know. So Charlie is saying, I am an SE myself, which I have no idea what it's short for. And when I work on some side projects, I sometimes hover level myself, go too much into depth instead of jumping into the code. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. And when I want to do the code, I'm like, wow, that's so much work. I don't want to do that. I'm really lazy, so I have to have very short tasks, clear tasks that I feel like I'm doing something, because when I have the end goal, every little step is meaningless because it's like I'm still not reaching the goal, and that's what's looping in my head, so I'm trying to avoid that now. Oh, I think it's software engineer, okay. I think. Okay, so let's try those buttons actually. Or not. Invalid access property or key pressed based on instance. No. Oh, is that because I renamed it? Create crystal then? Yeah, SE software engineer. Good. And Shadow says, however, I'm new to Godot or game development per se. Well, technically, based on what you mean by new, well, now it's been a while now. But when I created this channel, I was new on Godot. As in, I worked on Godot for, I want to say a few weeks, like 2 or 3 weeks. Before I made my first video. So I was very new, and I'm actually still quite new if you think about it. I've been working on Godot for less than a year. Okay, the button is not connected. But yeah, I've made a little bit of Unity before, which I don't want to say it helped. I don't want to say it didn't help. It's a little bit weird. Created a need for adjusting. So I do need to connect those buttons. Yeah. Technically I can create scripts in there. so that I can have a lighter main script. So it's pretty useful to have those built-in scripts, but because I've noticed that we can't search in all files with built-in scripts, I'm starting to think it's not so good finally in the end. Yeah. So maybe I'll create files. Yeah, I will create file. So here it's cell all. Okay. But I don't know. Creating those super tiny scripts. On one hand, it feels weird, but I feel like it's better than like cluttering the main scene. I don't know. There's a lot of experimentation in this project. Alright, so we should be good. And we should be able to sell all the crystal at once. So let's see, the value is 5 and 7. So we should have 62, I believe. Yes. And it's properly cleared. Okay. So interesting. The drill is blocked. So we have a problem when loading the drill. I want to add a subtask in there, which is not really. And no, that's going to be a full task. Yeah, that's going to be a full task, which is inventory. That will be grind all and sell all preview. But also, we want to bug fix. Well, technically that's task in the user story, but we're going to be fine with that. Bug, and that is the drill not loading properly. So maybe I want to work with the drill right now. So let's see what happens when we run the game. So first, okay, we're watching for data being loaded. Okay. And we are watching for the clock ticking. Yep. And we calculate the stats. So when data is loaded, something's missing. Fuel updated. Yeah, so I guess that what we want here is simple check, right? So if the fuel, so fuel is in game data, I guess. gameref data drill dot view. If it is superior to 0, actually superior to 1, we want posed to be false. Here it starts false. Interesting. But maybe that's what's missing. Yeah, drill started now. So that is correct. So I guess we have fixed this bug. It will stay in testing just in case. So we want grind and cell preview. I'm not so sure. We'll have different ways to approach that. Different ways to approach that. When, by the way, Jarek, if you're still here, that's something I mentioned for the previous chatter, but maybe you don't know because sometimes people are a little bit touchy about this kind of thing. But if you do want to share what you're doing on Godot, like your game or asking questions, having problems, whatever you're working on Godot right now and what's happening on your side, if you want to share that, you can do that. Feel free to do that. Always appreciate it to actually know what other people are doing. So the third scene, I will rename this inventory. Oh, yeah, but if I do rename the actual scene inventory, yeah, that's refactoring for later. So the chat says, thanks, once I start actually working on some project, not only browse, do the around, I might share thoughts, problems, fine. Okay, so you're not really having a Godot project. Well, if that's not your main activity, yeah, it can take a lot of time to actually get into a project like this. I understand that. So I don't really know how we'll approach this. Because when we load, do we have on data loaded here? Yeah, when we load, what do? We instantiate inventory slots. Okay. I think we will just be watching for all those signals and have a method that says recalculate the maximum value. Yeah. So that would be like calculate crystal values. So we can start with an array, that's for sure. equal to the inventory and get, maybe? Get crystals? So I hope it doesn't copy the array, that it references it. That is a question that could be useful to ask. I think it's a reference, not a duplicate. Well, it's actually very easy to know. Does array have duplicate? Yeah, so if array has duplicate, we're fine. It's a reference, I guess. So we will have the value as an integer, okay, equals 0, and we will have the dust as a vector to I equal to vector to I 0, 0. Well, technically, yes, we do need to yeah, no, never mind. I'm talking too fast. So for crystal, in our crystals list, we want value to be increased by the crystal value, and dust, same thing. So when that is done, pedal button text will be changed. And grind. So it's gonna be 2 values here. Oh, we can't do the little arrow. Too bad. So that's dust. Okay, so we have calculate crystal values, and now we want this to happen when we add a crystal, we remove a crystal, we load the data, and the inventory is cleared. Right, so let's see how this turns out. Maybe remove the space here. Yeah, it's actually interesting. I do like it. I really do like it. It's a great feature to add. Okay, so now this can go to testing. Well, let's go to finished, which leads us to excavator upgrades. Okay, that's a big one. Really big one, because here we are exactly reaching a point where you asked, do you take notes? Well, technically this subject, excavator upgrades, the only note I have about that is I want to make upgrades. That's pretty much it. There's a little bit more, but there is a little bit more. This is going to be the upgrade button, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the other one. Actually. Yeah. Going out textures here. I'm gonna bring that guy. Okay, we have the upgrade button. Maybe I will save what I've done so far before I do anything crazy. I actually can't remember. What did I do today? Well, I do have the logs. Yeah. It's gonna be... That's gonna be part of balance and inventory. Okay. That's gonna be it, I guess. Right, so let's do something crazy now. Well, crazy. Let's not exaggerate. So we need the first scene. User interface, excavation. So if I just do add the button to the right corner, it's going to conflict with the already existing buttons. Probably. So I have to think about two columns. Let's see. You have a margin, 16, I believe. Yes. And they are probably 64 wide. Yeah. So, first thing, let's see. We're gonna add a margin. Okay. Top right corner, which is going to be 16, except for right, where we have 64 and 32. So that we can have a VBox container and a texture button. Let's see, 64. Upgrade button. Texture normal. Stretch mode aspect centered. And we do need to bring in the click mask. Okay. Oh, by the way, do all the buttons have the click mask here? Yep. Yep. Yep, yep. Yeah. we're good. So 13. Let's just see how this button is. Or maybe we don't need that 16 margin on top of the... Yeah, so it's decent. Itchy ear. In fact, I'm gonna remove that for the moment. So, what do we do with this button? Maybe I do want to keep this menu, upgrade menu open. Either I have an entire upgrade menu taking the entire screen, or I have like a sign menu. That's interesting. I'm seeing right now that there's no information regarding the tier of the crystal in the tooltip. Okay. So maybe I actually don't need a button if I do have a lateral panel. I actually want to try an animation. Like we have a lateral panel and it can go in and go out. Okay, let's try something. I don't know. So panel container, which is like this on the side, and the layout would be like 200, 20, 400. Let's go with 400. Okay, so that's our panel container. And this panel container is contained within another control node. So here we have upgrade start. No, that's control, so. Okay. Which is exactly the same size. Okay, so here we have the panel container in it. In it, please. And technically, we could have this guy clip the content so that we can move it to 0. We can't set the size because of the anchor, I believe. Yes, position. Oh. Because we're using position, we have to make this panel container take the size of its parent, I guess. So that's the upgrade spot. Okay, that's going to be the upgrade panel. And let's add a script here. Attach a script. So we have resize. So that on ready, it will resize. But first, what is the actual size of our container here? 648. 48. Technically, we should have variable parent as a control is equal to get parent. Area size, interesting. Returns the white 8 occupied in the parent control. No, it's by the parent control. Returns the parent control node. Get parent control. So we probably want to do that. So that size is equal to parent.size. Technically, if I start this, we have the panel taking the entire screen. That's correct. But then if I, for some reasons, decide to change this to another value, it should update when we start the game. Yes, that's correct. And we actually want to reposition as well. Reposition. Plutôt reset position. Reset. Well, actually, something different. Like initialize position. Initialize position. So that position.x is equal to -400. So when we start, the panel should be gone. Okay. From there, we could have two methods which are open and close. Okay, a variable transitioning or twinning. Yes, twinning. Boolean equal false. Okay. So when we open, we create a new twin. That's a twin. Okay, then we have the twin property. We change self. Position. And what if we say position X? 0, 1 second. so that we can say when we close. Same thing, variable twin, create twin, and here the property it's gonna be self position minus 400 and 1 second scan. So that here we have variable is open, maybe. Boolean equal false. So that when we watch a button being clicked, like on upgrade button pressed. So if is open, we're gonna close, else we're gonna open. Yeah, that seems like good. So this one is upgrade button. Okay. So let's grab this upgrade button. So we have a chat arriving in. Oh, it could be a long time. I've been so focused what I did. So Prime is asking, what order should I watch the videos in the channel? It entirely depends on what you're looking for real. But here's what I suggest you. Your channel. Yes, okay, so if you are use the playlist before anything else. I believe that there isn't a single video that isn't in the playlist. I'm trying to keep those organized as much as I can. So these are the general Godot tutorial, but they are, well, I'm not gonna say that they are old, they are, yeah, a few months ago. But what I suggest you to do is to find one of the series that matches the kind of game you're trying to do. So if you're trying to make an idle game, you should watch this new idle game series, right? So here in there you have everything. It is explained how to use the playlist here. Then you have a lot of different content in there, including the streams I'm doing right now. If you want to work with 3D, I have this Skyblock started series, which is on hold at the moment, but this is better if you want to make 3D, I believe. And otherwise, you have kind of, I want to say, legacy content, which is, this series right there is me trying to explain how to make an idle games the architect way, by planning ahead. This one is more like going with the flow and trying to do things as they come. And there's this starter series at the very bottom, which is my first series, which is kind of the same thing as the new idle series, except that it is just like me 8 months ago, like even 9. So I didn't really know how to make videos, and I was like, it's just like a better version. They are different, actually. But yeah, I wanted to remake that because it's not outdated, but it's just, I can do way better in this series. If that makes sense. Otherwise, those series are, I don't want to say specific content. Here we're just trying to make a main menu. It's a very short one, if you need that. Here you have all the live, technically. So some are interesting, others not. Here I've been working on a poker clicker lookalike. So if that interests you, some reasons. And yeah, those are tentative tries. So this is a specific project I was working on this is another project I was working on. So yeah, this is pretty much it. I actually hope I didn't catch this chat message too late so that you didn't get the answer. So can you find the upgrade button, please? Apparently not. Okay, Shadow says, thanks a lot. I will get started with the idle series. Yeah, so I really suggest that you do pick the new idle series. First, because it is what I'm currently working on right now, so if you have questions on it, it's still fresh and everything. And it is the series that I believe is the most successful in terms of what I wanted to do and what I achieved to do. And yeah, best for learning, because it's not as clumsy as I was in the first one. Or the second one. However, I'm just a little bit curious why this upgrade button. This is not recognized. Is it because it wasn't saved? No. That's very weird. Or maybe it's because the script, I mean the button is higher than the script. That could be an explanation, which I would totally get. Okay, so here we should have this working. That's very long. That's very long. That's still, yeah, let's go with 2. That could be still a little bit slow. And it doesn't close. Okay, that's because here we don't keep track of that. So is open equal true, is open equal false. Debugger, twinning is declared. Yes, it is. Okay. So maybe I will go even faster than that. And we can close that. It's actually okay animation. That could be worse. And actually I don't need is twinning, it works fine. Oh, probably because I can't click as fast as 0.1 second. But anyway. So that will be used somewhere if I do need that. Yeah. Okay. So probably we do want this button to be hidden by default and to wait for a specific event. So we want to attach a script here. So we're gonna have the void on data loaded. I just need to know what I want to be looking for. What do we have in progression? Drill unlocked. First crystal found. Let's go with drill unlocked. Okay, so visible is true if the drill is unlocked. Else, visible is going to be false. Well, actually, we can have false by default. Like, visible equal false. Yeah, because anyway, when we start a new game, it is invisible. And technically we need to watch for a progression event. So we have progression ref event triggered. Okay. On events triggered, and I believe we need an event here. The on event triggered. Want to make sure that if event is equal to progression events dot be unlocked. And I want to disconnect the progression signal. So progression event triggered disconnect from on event triggered. And I want to do that when the data is loaded. Signal disconnect, and when it is validated, so disconnect. Okay, so we can try the game and reach the point where we unlock our little upgrade menu. Wow, that's very unlucky. So we'll sell everything and unlock the drill. Okay, so we have the drill and we have the upgrades, which appear both here. This texture here is a little bit weird. Oh, I think I know why. It's because by default I was trying the drill. And when I was trying the drill, I manually set this value. Yes. So that's why. So that's a nice bug to fix. And actually I think that, yeah, now we do know that the drill is properly loading. I don't know why, I think that was me intuitively knowing something was going wrong. Okay, I'm gonna take a break from creating the upgrades and I will add the crystal tiers to the tooltip and the texture. Okay, so here Maybe create another separator right there and have the tier. The tier as a label. Results.tier, and there we go. Nope. Oh, sorry. My bad. That's the first thing. The second thing is that on this inventory slot here. Oh. How can I do that? So I do need a control, which is the texture arena, which is then 8080. And in there we have the texture rectangle, which is going to be centered. Like that. And we're gonna add a label. With a horizontal alignment right, which says 1. Okay, so here that's the tier label. That's gonna be tier. So that when we have update texture color, set resource. So we'll have update tier label. Here as label, I guess. And there we go. So we have resource dot tier, and there we go. To be done after we update texture color. So now technically we should have the tier label appearing. Yes. Okay, that's a little bit... That's... yeah. We will use that at the moment. Let's fuel the drill and have this work. The chat is asking, do you know of a better way to test changes? No. I think you can use some test-specific extensions for Godot. Like, I would search here. Run test scenes. Godot unit testing. I would look at this one, or simple unit test. JTests also. Those have names which make a lot of sense regarding unit testing. Yeah. I've never used those, so I don't know. Simple testing framework without any of the bells and whistles. Only thing it does is provide scripts you can run as scene as unit test suits. The thing is that in order to test things, yeah, as you say, it can become complex to test. But in my opinion, from my experience so far, the best way I've found to test regarding my way of producing things is not to create unit tests, which you can do, but then when you do that, unit tests are isolated, I guess. So they will not be using the singletons. They will be faking using the singletons, which should be okay. But I prefer to add debug tools to my game. So see, for example, just a simple example. In my inventory, I have two buttons here, which are create crystals and excavate. So I'm not using those, but basically I can create crystal just by clicking here. Right? So yeah. So your chat is saying they are very granular and need multiple mocks. I've had classes on how to make unit tests, and no teacher was able to explain to me properly how to make those. And specifically because I was using a technology at that time that was React.js, and none of my teachers was able to make unit testing for React. They didn't know how to do that. And I have never found someone able to tell me, this is how you make unit tests in React. Now I don't need it anymore, so I don't really care. But yeah, we have this upgrade menu, so we can start filling this menu now. Crystal tiers, that's fine. I can feel the pain, I do not like React. Actually, I really liked it. It's just that in my company, we were discussing the idea of trying to bring in unit testing, but it was like, we don't know how. And that was the thing. So I was really trying to research that. And I don't know if it's because it was a long time ago and now it's easier today, which is probably the case, right? But I remember that I think I remember now. I was using hooks in React. And hooks were a very new thing. And to be fair, it wasn't even mainstream to use hooks in React at that time. I mean, maybe they don't even exist anymore, I don't know. And unit testing didn't work with hooks. That was the thing. We used Jest in my company, but I only worked with front-end technologies, yeah. So I guess it was something very similar to Jest, if not Jest. But that was hooks, the problems. And I just know that I used that, but I wouldn't be able to tell how they do work now. That's completely out of my head. The create upgrades. I think the first problem you have here is that buffer is not a excavator method or property thing. So what I need to do is, before anything, refactorize my excavator so that the behavior which is in my first scene goes in my singleton. A whole new project. So do we have refactor? Nope. It almost sounds weird to us, like, why was the mechanics in the user interface in the first place? And that's gardening for you. The thing is that this is a consequence of me using this series as a jumping point to create this project. So because I wanted to make this clicker scene simple, I had the mechanics in the user interface. And now that's a problem. I should have fixed it here. Within 2 hours in, that's correct. It's not too long. Okay, so let's see how I can do that. We have is gathering. Okay. I think I may have an idea how I will approach this. I could make a state machine. But I will probably not. Crystal dust excavated. Crystal excavated. Okay. So Chada says, I'm leaving now, have a good evening and hope to catch you on some other stream. See you. Well, I might be streaming a lot these next few days, but yeah. Have a good evening too, and thank you for stopping by. That was cool to see you. So I wanted a few variables in there. Interesting variables. Wait a second. So here, yes, we'll have nothing more to do. And I just want to check something. Okay. So. We'll have variables, so technically we have gathering as boolean. We have cooling down as a boolean. And those will be used for my state. So we will have other variables like gathering duration, then we'll have cooldown, is that one word? I don't know. And cooldown duration 0.2. From there, we will have progress. Okay. And probably max buffer. Well, we'll have buffer. Max buffer. And I have to think about maybe that this buffer here will be saved. So I should probably create data right now. Data excavator. So we will just store the buffer in there at the moment. But we will have the upgrades, I believe. Okay, so we have a new data entry. Okay. So that the buffer is actually this guy. Buffer is gone. All right. Okay, so I need to create public entry points to help the user interface interact with that. So excavate technically will become private. So here public entry point is gonna be, let me try something here. What could it be? Add action? Yes, we're gonna go with add action. So what I will do here, I think, is very simple. I will take excavator, data, excavator, game ref data, excavate. So excavator dot buffer. We will add at the moment 1, but that will change when we have upgrades. So we add 1. Okay. But if excavator.buffer is superior to max buffer, then we reduce to the max buffer. Pretty simple. That's the first thing. Second thing, we want to watch every time, every frame to see what we're doing. So we need the process method. So we have process, okay. So here we have various things to do. Okay. I'm thinking. Do I actually want to remove those two things and create an enum instead? I will create an enum for the state. So we're gonna have idle, gathering, going down. So that we can have the state. That the state is idle. So we're gonna match the state, I believe. So if it is equal to state.idle, state.gathering, all state dot going down. Okay. So we're gonna start with idle. So try to start like this. So we're gonna make a simple check if game ref data excavator dot buffer is superior or equal to 1. Then we will change the state and remove 1 to that thing. If we have buffer superior or equal to 1, we will remove 1. Yes, buffer, sorry. We will remove 1 buffer and we will start. So here we need a start. Start gathering. So what we need to do is to set progress to 0 and state to state.gather. And technically I do need a signal. So here we're going to use the signal gathering started, and we'll have calling down started as well, so that here gathering started emitted. Okay. So that's for start gathering and try to start. Second thing, if it is gathering, so we'll have progress gathering. A delta is going to be necessary. We need the delta time to pass here so that progress can be increased by delta. Okay. Then what? Then we want to check that we are still gathering. So if progress is superior or equal to gathering duration, then here we want to start cooling down. So we want start cooling down. So in there, again, we want progress to be equal to 0.0. We want the state to be equal to state dot cooling down, and we want to emit cooling down started. But also we do want to excavate. So here I'm just going to say excavate with an underscore, because this is going to be private now. So we excavate. The cooling down started, we want to emit the signal. Okay. Start cooling down, and then we want to progress cooling down. With delta. So that here we have progress cooling down delta. And progress cooling down. So progress increased by delta. And same thing if progress superior or equal to cooling down duration. Cool down duration. We do want to start idling Actually, that would mean that here we have a choice. Either we start a new one directly, a new action, or we go idle. But that would mean that if we go idle, it requires 1 frame to go gathering again. So maybe we want to make a check that if game.ref start gathering okay, so here what I will do instead is if excavator buffer is superior or equal to 1, I will start gathering and I will remove the excavator buffer here. Game ref data excavator buffer minus equal 1. So that when we are done putting down, if this excavator buffer is superior or equal to 1, then we start gathering. Otherwise, we start idling. So here, when that is the case, we have state which is equal to idle now. And that's pretty much it. The state start idling. Okay. I do think we have everything we need for this to work. So I just need to go back to our excavation first scene here, so that we can get rid of everything. Okay. So process does nothing. Process gathering does nothing. Complete gathering does nothing. Now, technically, all we need is just to get the button being clicked to send that update buffer label. So when that's the case, we can go fetch game.ref.data excavator.buffer. We can do that, I believe. Is that okay? I will do that differently. I will change that a little bit later. So crystal dust, create crystal dust, excavator ref, no, that's gone. Create feedback label. Okay, correct. So on button pressed. First thing, excavator, reference, add action. Okay, we do that. Now, we have to watch for more signals. We will watch for excavator started and calling down. So what are the name of the signals? Gathering started, cooling down started. So on gathering started. And on cooling down started. Okay, let's connect. Gathering started, connected, and we connect cooling down stop. Connected. So what do we do in that situation? Well, those two guys, they could actually go in the animation player script. So here we can create a script for the animation player and actually bring those. It's only the animation player who needs this. So that are two methods here. Yep. Okay. So on gathering started, we want to play gathering, and on cooling down, we want to play completed. Seems like it. But we are missing this buffer updated. Buffer updated. So chatter is coming and say, hey, well, hey, nice to see you. I think I've seen you. Someone, can't remember, not sure. Could be confusing. So anyway, when we add an action, we want to update that buffer. So you were here yesterday, alright, so were you the person here at the very last moment of the stream? Because that someone else came in and didn't remember if that was them or not, because they were in that situation. But I think, yeah, that makes more sense now, because I remember the picture, I guess. So you did find a stream again. That's a good thing. The buffer is updated twice here. So I just have to catch that. Right, buffer updated connected. So I really don't know how this is gonna perform, because that's a lot of refactoring, and it actually works fine. We have two things in there: excavate, debug test, excavate. Well, not gonna lie. Don't really need that. Yes, well, that's the private method now. Okay, so we still have the game running. So it looks fine. Right, so now we can think about starting working on the upgrades in this menu. I will just be like away for a few seconds. And I will do that. So just checking my task list here. Move the mechanics to singleton from user interface, that's done. And so now we can create upgrades. So that's what we will be doing in a few seconds. But before that, I'll be right back. Got myself a little treat. And we can go. So we should have a lot of dust now. That's a big word. Because I think, according to the math, we should be, yeah, producing more. I'm actually quite curious to see how much dust we can generate. If we do correctly generate more dust than we consume. So I'm gonna weigh the full fuel consumption. Okay, so we do have 72. Yeah, looks like that was even. So now to work on the upgrades. Well, the upgrade menu, at least. So in there, what can we have? Vertical box, so that we can have the kind of title and close button. this label is gonna stretch. So we're gonna have the excavator upgrades, alright. Theme, header medium? Maybe not. Header small, yeah. And then, under that, probably our idleans. I should have an idlean script label somewhere. If anything, I'm going to create it right now. Now idleans labels, it's fine. Blah blah blah. So what does it do? Idleans updated. Okay, so we connect this signal and we're good to go. Okay, it's connected. Now I should just be able to add this script pretty much to any label displaying. Oh, but that needs to be in a vertical box, annoying. So, again another V-box? So this one is expanding. So that we have idleans value. Okay. And we need maybe a closing button. It seems a little bit small. Maybe I could have it in the HBox container here, so that it's centered. And use a texture actually. Hmm. I'm gonna use texture. So I need to bring that texture. Let's go. So texture normal. Wow, that's a big one. It's a little bit too bold. Yeah, I'm not sure I do like it. I don't know. But that will have to be updated at some point. Hmm. Maybe I will just not use a button here. At the moment, they will be fine. Okay, let's see. Do you want to load the game? Yes. So we have 15 idle leaves. We should have the drill working. Yeah, we can sell. That's correct. All right. So what is the first upgrade we can actually do? I was thinking maybe an upgrade that would increase the amount of actions per click, and another one who would increase the amount of queued actions we can have. So the thing is that I'm trying to anticipate how I will work all this. Because I will need to create those upgrade things. Maybe I should design one upgrade in the user interface so that I do know what I want to create in the logic part of the game. Okay, so let's do that. Let's try to design one upgrade. Here we have the separator. Okay. And I'm gonna add a child control. No, I'm not gonna do that here. I will make it in its own scene. So let's create a scene. Let's create a horizontal box. Change type, horizontal box. Center, wide. Well, technically it is. Okay. So there will be a purchase button. And this is an upgrade. So we do have the purchase button. And on the left, we need the cost somewhere. And the description of the upgrade. So, what about a V-box? With the label, cost, which says that it costs value. Okay. So this one will expand and will be centered. But on top of that, there would be another label. No, actually, this one is not. Huh. This one would be not expanding in bottom. It's the other one who would be expanding. With a vertical alignment center. Okay. This one would say what happens here. Auto wrap mode. I don't know. What did they say? Yes, word. We will break word. What about word small? Okay, well, word. So anyway, here we have a description of the upgrade. Well, can we have something a little bit wider? Okay, that's the VBox container here, which must expand. Okay. That's correct, it's fine. Description of the upgrade. Explaining what happens when you purchase it. Now we can save this as a component. Scene component and excavator upgrade. So we can try to bring one to our first scene. Okay, description of the upgrade explaining what happens when you purchase it, cost, value, purchase. A little bit of UI work could be interesting here. Like, maybe something easy actually. Just adding a margin to this upgrade. So that this becomes the scene root. And very simple margin, maybe just 8 pixels on each side. Okay. But why do we have such a big... Why? I don't understand. Layout? Yeah, wait. Center? No. Center here. Yes, there we go. And maybe rename this excavator upgrade. Yep. So delete and bring the new one. Okay, so we have a slight difference here. All right. So what I guess we can do from here is think about the script. What is it that we will need from the upgrade? So let's create a script for that. Excavator upgrade. So we'll have the label, the cost, and a purchase button. Let's make all this unique. And maybe we can initialize. So technically, I'm gonna create temporary variables here, which are the upgrade description, of the upgrade. We'll have the upgrade cost. And I guess that's it. So when we initialize, we'll use those two things. So this label will be description, so that we can update those values. So that description as label is updated here. And same thing for cost. Cost as label. Upgrade costs. Okay, I guess we kind of get the idea here. Alright, so that button, I will fix that right away because I hate that. Focus on. I think I've done enough on the front side. user interface side. Now we'll go to the logical side now. So we have the game and the excavator here, and maybe I can load the upgrade in there. Maybe that could work. If I create a singleton excavator upgrades, maybe. Let's try that. Okay, let's save it and position it properly. So it's the singleton one. So if I position it as a child of excavator, that could be interesting. I'm not sure, but I think it could be interesting. Okay, so technically I just need to create a script now. Excavator upgrades. So we have this singleton already. So you probably need a list of upgrades in there. Okay, so what if I have a variable upgrades? Oh, I need a data structure. So I need probably a folder for upgrades. And in there I will have a script which is excavator upgrade. So class name excavator upgrade resource. Okay, so we have name, description, we have a cost, maybe an idea, an ID, maybe an ID, or a key actually. All right. Key, a name, a description, a cost. Do we really need a key if we have a resource? Resource is the key itself. I'm gonna leave this like this at the moment. And I will try creating two upgrades. Maybe I do need to create a constructor. Do I? I don't think so. Actually, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, so we have name, description, and cost. So that in this method we do have, it's a little bit tedious to have to do that, but I believe there's no other way. I mean, I don't know any other way. So maybe I could bring that here to avoid weird things. I don't know what's weirder. And do that. Huh. I don't know. I will keep it as is. As it is now. Alright. So back to excavator upgrades. So we have an upgrade in him. So we have a chatter who comes in and says, like the use of watercolors. Well, that's Godot, right? I've seen it once in a video and thought that, yeah, that would make sense to use it. So here technically I do want to initialize my upgrades. Excavator upgrade resource. I could initialize them here at the moment. Let's try. So we have a new one with a name. Okay, so we have buffer. Extra buffer. Yeah. 1. Description. Increases the amount of actions which can be queued in the excavator. And a cost, which at the moment I have no idea what it's going to be, so 25. Okay, we're gonna do that. And that will be extra buffer 1. That we do have function get upgrade which takes an upgrade enum value, and that returns an upgrade resource. We just have something like grades dot integer of upgrade, and we return that. Oh, the thing is, what about the data behind it? How does this grade know the data behind it? Well, I could have an array which says true, false, which mirrors the indexes, but I don't know. I don't feel very comfortable with that. I think I will go completely different route. Okay, I will go completely different route. I will create nodes for each upgrade. So here we have extra one. And this will have a script. Extra buffer 1. Well, I guess so. So excavator, upgrade, extra. Here we get the extra buffer 1. Does that even make sense? An underscore in a class name? I don't think so. Yes, that didn't make sense. So, here I will create a new resource, I guess. That resource that we created here, that will go there. So function ready, we're gonna have something like this. And this is gonna be the resource. So we have resource as excavator upgrade resource. Resource is gonna be equal to that on ready. So we start by doing that. And in our previous script, here we just get the name. So that is I probably need an abstract. Yes, I need an abstract right now. So I'm gonna have abstracts. And there we'll have excavator. Well, actually, technically upgrade. Upgrade.jp. So that it extends node. Okay. Class name abstract upgrade. So that we have a valuable resource. Oh no, that's a resource. That's a problem. So that's upgrade resource that we need here. Upgrade resource. Which doesn't exist, I do know that. And what if excavator upgrade doesn't exist? And instead we have upgrade resource. So that here upgrade.gd. We have the resource, and that's fine. So here we have an upgrade resource. All right. And because of that, which extends node, actually it's going to be extending abstract upgrade, so technically I don't even need to declare that. Alright, so because of that, now I can properly say that I have an array of upgrade resource. So I can fetch extra buffer 1. Okay. Cannot have an element of type node in an array. Okay, what if I say as upgrade resource? Okay, different thing. We're gonna map upgrade, and based on the enum, here we have upgrades dot. Oh, I hate that. So we return extra buffer. As an upgrade resource, please. Ah, okay. What if I put parentheses? That's annoying. That's very annoying. Oh, wait a second.
I've only got 3 more cups. Hold on.
Abstract upgrade. Maybe I do that instead. Okay, I think we have something here. So here we get the upgrade based on the node path. And there we can do all the things we need. So let's see. Function is purchased. That returns a boolean, which is going to be based on a data. So in our data, we can create a variable here. Oh, come on, what now? Node, no. What's the problem? There's no problem. Buffer 1 purchased. Okay. So this is purchased, probably will be required. And it will return false.
Please let me know what can I do.
Yes, I don't need to use that.
People come here it is because of some great tragedy. How may I alleviate your pain?
Oh, well, Herr Clay, we come to you with a great tragedy.
We
lost one of our friends. And we
Come here, you
Technically, we need the function getResource.
aren't here to bury him. He's already in the ground. But we've come to avenge him, and we were hoping to find some help.
And this will return resource.
Yeah, this is a place where
And maybe a few signals.
people who have done well and people who have lived good lives, we put them into earth that has been touched by the wild mother, and in turn she grants them with beauty and splendor and sometimes tea.
And I guess that we would need a purchase function. That returns an error.
Are you a bad guy?
So here,
No, honestly, I don't think I've really had enough experience.
we want to purchase.
I grow lilies, I grow
And we'll try to consume idleins based on the costs. Idleins manager consume based on the resource cost. If we do have an error, we do return error. We do return failed. Otherwise, we can go with game.ref data excavator buffer is now true. We can go with purchased emitted. Okay. Hmm.
Have you ever been in nature? Yes. Violence is extremely natural.
I think that's enough. I think we have all we need here. Let's see.
Somewhere there's a plant that needs some compost, and I'm happy to make some more. Make people happy.
I need to go back to my first scene there, and I have the upgrade here. So we have this script, upgrade description, upgrade cost. So we're gonna remove that because we're gonna use the upgrade actually. So we have variable upgrade as an abstract upgrade. Okay, first we have this. Then we will have a function set upgrade. So we do have to send an abstract upgrade in there. And we do want the local upgrade to take the argument. Alright. Once it is set, we want to initialize. So that the description is equal to our upgrade dot get results dot description, and here upgrade dot get results dot cost. Okay. Okay. We want data loaded, but that's for later. So maybe on purchase button pressed. So here when that happens, we want to upgrade to and purchase. Okay. That's one thing. Let's connect this button. Place button, last button, pressed connect, on purchase button. Okay.
Everything's telling me that I should stick around and see where you're headed. I think that's where I'm supposed to be.
Yet something's off in there. Excavator upgrades. We will make sure that we do not have this. So if is purchased, return failed.
Bad things happen to people every day.
Just a safety check.
You have a bunch of people who care about you so much that they come and save you, fix it, defeat a great evil. I mean, nothing this good ever happens. This is great.
Now there are a few behaviors that we do want to recognize. So on upgrade purchased. I think I want my cost label to not be visible anymore. First thing. Second thing, I want my purchase button will also not be visible anymore. And technically this could go in a method which is like disable or something. Disable after purchase. Alright, so here we disable after purchase. Okay, now we can think about on data loaded. On data loaded. If upgrade dot is purchased, we want to disable. Right. And maybe we do want to check for the idleans changing. So on idleans dated.
People aren't good. That's not how this works. I mean, things that you do are
If upgrade
bad. People are just people.
we're gonna have something like update button restriction. No. Availability. Yikes. So what we're gonna do on this guy is if I'm gonna create a new method, I think. Idleans manager somewhere? Nope. Idleans manager. Consume create. Okay, so I'm gonna make a method can spend quantity
I don't know much about people, but I know
integer
things aren't people.
returning a boolean
There's a lot more apparently.
if quantity is inferior to 0, return false. If quantity is superior to gain data resources, idleans false. Otherwise, return true. Okay. We can use this method now to actually check that. So update button availability. So if idleans manager can spend the upgrade dot get resource dot cost, then we have button dot disable equal false. Well, yeah. Okay. Technically, I can watch this when idleans dated. Okay, so here update the time availability, which we will connect by default. So idleans manager.ref dot idleans updated connect to on
I made the earth remember him.
idleans updated. And when we disable everything, we disconnect that. Idleans So at the moment, I'm not considering that some upgrades are locked somehow. This could be coming in the future. Alright, so technically we can buy this upgrade. Except that this little upgrade here, it doesn't know what upgrade to purchase. I mean, to display. So I will have to hard code this by deleting this scene here.
Feel like you have to be free, so that you can finally pay your debt.
Okay, let's see. Add a VBox container.
This is you hiding from your debt.
I'm gonna create another one, so VBox container, which is going to be upgrade nodes.
That's okay.
Okay, let's see. Let's initialize this.
I know these.
Upgrade nodes. Already. Okay. At the moment, I guess I will have to hard code this until I find a better way. So we have upgrade, excavator upgrade. Excavator upgrade components. Dot instantiate. Okay, we instantiate that. So node dot set upgrade, and here excavator upgrades dot ref dot get upgrade, and we use the enum. So excavator upgrades again dot upgrades, and we fetched extra buffer 1. So we set the upgrade and we add it. So we add child node. Okay, that's the hard coding of this upgrade being instantiated. Huh. What happens? Does the game explode? Debugger 1, purchase is declared but never explicitly used in the class. Yep. That's an ignore. Well, technically, just to please the thing. No. I won't. I'll just ignore that. Okay, so let's run again. Yes, I want to load. I'm gonna buffer. Okay, and here I have an upgrade. Increase the amount of actions which can be queued in Excavator. So I can purchase it, and it does nothing. Because, well, I do have the idle section. Interesting. So let's see that. Excavator upgrade. So when we press on upgrade, on purchase button pressed, we try to purchase. Yep. So excavator upgrades here, purchase. Hmm.
But you dream about islands and
So we go in there. I'm gonna see that. If is purchased. Return failed. Okay. It shouldn't run. Why? It's blocking here. Really? But that's not the case. This thing in there is false. That's very weird. If it is purchased, return failed. That's false. That's false. Error, no. Wow, that's crazy. Let me check that. Remote game. So we have data in there. Data excavator. I can't see that. Buffer 0. Extra buffer. Why is it purchased? That's very odd. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the loading. Maybe it's because of the loading. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try to reset everything. Okay, so we're gonna start everything, unlock the drill. So we have the thing, but we can't upgrade it. So let's sell a little bit more crystals.
One's feelings on such things. I commend you.
Okay. So we can buy this upgrade now. Right? Okay. Okay. Cool. Just wondering why those things are still visible. So if I do load, they are here. Why they shouldn't? That's just probably game data loaded. No, not really, but disable after purchase. On the data loaded. If it is purchased, we do that. On purchase button, click. Maybe there's in yes. Okay, so here. Now we have on purchased. But we're not watching. Okay, we're not watching both signals, that's why. So, first. Not on ready, but when we set the upgrade. Here. Upgrade. Dot purchased, and we connect on purchased. Alright, first thing. Second thing. Game.ref.data loaded. We connect on data loaded. Okay, so that when we disable after purchase, we say that we can make checks actually. I wonder if we can hard disable checks like Godot. Is it okay to disconnect signals not connected? because it will probably make an error. I don't know.
Hello, bees. Hello, bees. You can talk to them.
Or is there a way?
What do you want me to say to them? I don't know.
Tell them to come over here, but don't sting us.
Hold on. Let me do a thing.
Disconnect. We have a signal and a callable. Yeah. So we can make a check. That's a little bit long, but we can make it. Actually, it's fine because we will only make this component once, so... Well, technically this one will always be connected, but... We want... okay, so if
I'm coming to the realization that
upgrade
perhaps I was not entirely
dot chased
but
is connected to
it's
unpurchased,
I'm getting used to the idea that this would be a test if it were
then we want this signal. I think we could go, well, try just to disconnect it bluntly. So upgrade, place disconnect, callable on upgrade purchased. Okay, let's see. Increases the amount of actions which can be queued in the excavator. Right, so we have the first upgrade here. Which does nothing. But we could actually take care of it doing something now.
continue on with us. I joined your friends. I got
Alright.
our
Add action.
as a testament of faith, and it would be
We can update max buffer.
it had been easy.
So here, let's see. We have max buffer is equal to 10. Then if I can make a variable for that, but let's do that. If variable excavator as data excavator, game ref data excavator.
Sometimes
So if excavator dot extra buffer 1 purchased
to give you something that will make your time
max buffer
easier, I suppose.
plus equal 15.
Mr. Caleb, do you believe in fate?
That simple, I guess.
Think not.
But now we need to see when are we gonna do that. So function on data loaded. We want to update the max buffer. So we connect this on data loaded. Correct. but we also want to be watching for an excavator update happening. Excavator updates. I'm just moving this. Single town. It's
That's a pretty big matzo ball.
so we can make a signal that says excavator upgrade purchased. So this signal could be emitted when any excavator upgrade is purchased, so that we can use that for the excavator to know that it needs to update. So let's see. If we go to our excavator here, so on excavator upgrade chased, we want to increase the max buffer, like to update the max buffer.
Welcome to the night.
Excavator ref excavator upgrade actually. And we connect that to our new method.
Serve nature. I'm the maker of fine graves.
Alright. Just need to make sure that when we have an excavator upgrade that they do emit excavator upgrade purchased as well. Okay, let's try. We should be able to just start the game and have 25 now. Yep. So it works. It does work. I can update the description, which says max plus 15 max queued is. Huh. Why does it look weird? We have an error. Is declared but never used. Yep, that's intended. So now maybe we can try just to create a second upgrade very quickly, very easily. Yeah, I wanted to go in there just to increase the separation. Let's go 16. Okay, so technically yes, we can go with creating a new upgrade very simply. We can add a node. That would be extra action 1. Okay, so let's just copy the script. Go here, attach a script extra action 1.
Where? No, that is a humanoid jellyfish.
Extra action 1, okay.
Keep your eyes forward.
It's so sad.
Why?
Increase the amount of queued action.
Wish we could do something.
Per click in the excavator. And this is going to be +1. +1 queued action. Okay. So here we just need to create a new property. So extra action 1 purchased. Alright. So we can go back. Extra action 1 purchase. Cool. Extra action 1.
What happened here?
That seems fine. Now I need to reference this one.
Not this part of the history, no.
Extra action 1. Upgrades. Extra action 1. And we do return extra action 1. Alright. So, first scene, just updating this. Node 2, excavator upgrade. Well, technically that's actually bar scene backed scene equal reload. There we go. So that here we use scene.instantiate. Okay. Scene instantiate. Oopsie. Node 2 dot set upgrade. So here I'm just gonna grab this guy and change the enum to extra action 1. Okay, we add child node 2, and there we go. We should have the 2 upgrades in our menu now. And I will just make the effect right away. So progress, max buffer, and action per click. Integer equal 1. Okay. I want to update that. Function update action per click. Java excavator, data excavator, so action per click is equal to 1, and then if excavator dot extra action 1, we want this action per click to increase by 1. Okay. And again, we call on the update methods here. Technically we could have those things like update stats, so that we can go with update action per click, update max buffer, and we can update the stats when it's necessary. Alright, so we should be able to have this second upgrade now. which says that we can purchase this to have +1 queued action. So let's sell the crystals, purchase this action, this upgrade, and there we go. We should be able to have +2. Oh yeah, no. I just forgot excavator buffer. Action per click. There we go. So now this upgrade should be very fine. Yes, we get +2. Alright. Wow. That was a big feature. I don't know how long I've been working on this, but definitely a long time. So, wow, I'm a little bit dazzled by this still.
Everything that is made there will hold that hero's mark.
So there we go.
Kill him
There we go.
as a gift to the Allhammer to remind him that nature is
I think that's where I will be wrapping the stream for today. That was a great stream. I'm pretty satisfied with what's been achieved in there. There's a lot. There's quite a lot. So I have no idea if there are still people here. I don't have the stats. So anyway, if you've reached this far, either during the live or the rerun, well, thank you for being so interested in this project. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I will see you in another live or video if you're following the tutorial. That's completely up to you. So I will disappear and close the stream very soon.